Okay, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Looks like we're almost ready. Okay, so let's begin then. Oh, I forgot to share. I totally forgot to share. Worry not, for I am prepared. There we go. Okay, looks like we're ready. Okay, Unity. Well, looks like the tracker is working. Oh, great. I forgot. Okay, so welcome to today's show. My name is Jorge Escobar, and today I'm going to be practicing logging in Python. As you may or may not know, I am building a Dice app. It's supposed to be a practice exercise for me because I'm learning Python and getting the hang of it. I think it's today or Monday. It's going to be 1 month since I began learning Python. I think it's really easy to get into, actually. I'm not sure if it is because I already learned Java the hard way. So, and it was pretty nice to see that Python doesn't have that the same learning curve regarding how to do simple stuff. I was very amazed of how easy it is to just open a file with a single line and being able to write anything on it. So it's really useful. So as I said before, I am Jorge Escobar, and what we are going to do today, let's see. So this is the Dice folder. This is a folder containing the code for the Dice app. Right now, I don't have a graphical user interface because I had no idea how to build one, to be honest. So what I did, I bought this course, well, access to this course, I think it was yesterday. It's a graphical user development with Python and tkinter. I understand that tkinter is a easy to use graphical user interface library for Python, so that's what I got it. I learned that there is a library called Pygame, and I think that may be a way better investment of my money and time. Because what I'm trying to build is basically just that, a little game. You push a button and you roll the dice, or the dice. Well, that's the idea, basically. So my objective long-term is to basically build my own version of this. When I tried to Google it, this came out. So as you can see here, I'm rolling a 6-sided dice. And we can add, by clicking here, we can add other dices of different size and roll them. On the right side, we see the total. So you click on the dice, they disappear. You just roll them. See, this is basically what I'm trying to build. And the question may be, well, if it already exists and it works pretty well, and I doubt that I can do it just as good or better, but the truth is that I'm not really building a Dice app. What I'm doing really is learning Python. So the Dice app concept is just helping me to not be distracted onto building the app itself. I want to focus on actually learning. So when I began originally, I created this Dice app, and there were just a couple of files. The main Dice app, the dice.py app file, and another file was the test.py file. And I was trying to, well, I was actually building the app using test-driven development techniques. ¿Alguien habló? Forgive me for a moment. ¿Estás enferma? Okay. Anyway. So, on the second session, I was able to study really well or remember how to actually create models. I was able to, inside the Dice folder, I created another folder with the same name called Dice, and another folder where I am storing the dice_test. This contains the tests for my library. So the first file is called create dice, and what this does is to, let me see if I can reset this. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. So what this file does is just contains a function called or name create dice is over here. And what this function does is receiving an integer number or a parameter, and I'm expecting it to be an integer number. And what this function does is going to return a less containing the number from from 1 to the given number. Very simple stuff, and just creating a list. Although I am validating that the data type and the data value are correct, and if not, I'm raising a value error in the case that the number is lesser than 2, and a type error in case that whatever I'm getting as a parameter here is not an int, because although I'm trying to specify here that I am actually expecting for an int, the truth is that you can actually enter anything. So I was validating that. I'm going to refactor this now that I, but not right now. So I'm just explaining. The second file is called roll dice. What this does, it just contains a roll dice function. It receives a list and it doesn't return anything. But now that it actually returns something. It returns an int. I wonder if I can, I don't really know what it returns because this was later in development. So if I'm creating dices that only are composed of ints, so my logic tells me that I should be returning an integer, because that's what a dice should contain. But I got a change of heart later in development, and now what I actually doing here, let me see, yeah, right there. What I actually doing here is, how do you say it? Well, basically I changed my mind here, and now I am returning whatever it is, an int, float, complex bool, and a string as results. So if the type of the result is anything but an integer, float, complex bool, or a string, then I'm going to return a type error at the result. So now this implies that when I build my dice on the first file over here, then I should be able to receive whatever it is, including integers, floats, boolean, strings, and complex numbers, I think. So that's what I decided today, that I need to refactor this, because I'm just receiving, well, it's going to be a really complex thing to do. Maybe I should, I do remember why I didn't do it. Basically because create dice is just for creating numeric dices. Yeah. But anyway. Integer dices. And since you can roll, and the roll dice function may receive any list, then this is more generic actually. So what I want to do with the first function, with the create dice, is to make sure that I'm not affecting anything on... oh no, it's totally functional, because the function is isolated. I don't really have dependencies or anything. I can call this function, and I can call the roll dice function, and they don't depend on each other. Yeah, that's what I decided that. So I'm going the full functional way here, but I think that this can be arranged or refactored into object-oriented programming very easily. But anyway, so well, that's the tour of what I've been doing lately. So what do we have to do today? Well, I'm going to implement logging here. I was watching videos yesterday, and I discovered a really interesting YouTuber by the name of CoreyMS.com. His name is actually Corey Schaefer. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly. But anyway, and I think his channel is a great resource for free on YouTube, and I really recommend everybody to follow him. I wonder if he's still around, because his last YouTube video was a year ago, and he's very popular. He's close to a million So I hope he gets the rest of the subscribers and get to the 1 million. I guess this is an inspiration for me because he's actually creating this very clear and really good thumbnails. They're really good. It's just text, and I am still learning graphical enough. GIMP. I'm building my. I am poor. Well, not really, but I seen the prices on this software and these pieces of software, and they are really expensive for me because I'm from Mexico. But anyway, so here is where I'm building my, where I'm making my my thumbnails. So I was thinking maybe I should try to do that effect where the background image is diffuse or shadow. I don't know what that effect is, but I don't really know anything about graphical design. But anyway, the thing is, it's a really good, and I've been watching a lot of his courses. Well, a lot of his playlists. Let me see. I am actually downloading those, the main, every single Python video he has, just in case that I don't have internet access or I want to watch them offline. You know, so I'm downloading them. There we go. And he's working with a lot of technologies that I am interested in. So he could easily make this an entire Python course and sell it on Udemy, but he's giving it for free on YouTube. Thanks again. So there is let me look for the video I'm interested in. There we go. So these are the two videos I am interested in: logging basics and advanced logging. So what am I going to do?
Look at that. Hey there, how's it going, everybody?
Well, the idea here is to add a logging system, or basically add a logging system to the project. I'm going to rewatch this video. I already watched it like 3 times already. But to be honest, watching a video and not practicing is basically useless. So this is going to be the first time that I am actually... Why are my eyes closed? Unity, god damn it. I don't have my eyes closed. What are you doing? Oh my god. God damn it, Unity. Unity, come on. Anyway. I'm not sleepy. What are you doing? Is my hat? I do have a hat. Let me arrange my hat. Maybe Unity is confusing. The tracker is confusing my hat with eyes closed. I don't know. Never mind. Well, anyway. So the idea of logging is to replace print statements that I use frequently to debug and see what's going on during execution. But in reality, I think that the logging system that Python already has is better for that task. So what I'm going to do is implement it in my own project here.
In this video, we'll be going over the basics of logging in Python. Now, there's a lot that we can do with logging in Python.
I don't know why he's thinking that my eyes are closed.
Now, in this video, we're going to look at how to get started with logging by replacing our print statements with log statements. We're also going to set different logging levels and also log information to files.
Is that okay?
Now, in the next video, we'll look at how we can use loggers.
Okay, let me get my
and how we can configure the levels so that different information gets sent exactly where we want it to go. Okay, so first of all, if you're not using logs right now, then you should definitely start trying to work it into your code wherever it would be useful. Python comes with a logging module built in, so there's no need to install anything extra. A lot of people put off learning good logging habits because it's easier to sometimes just put in print statements and catch your problems on the fly.
That's true.
There's nothing really wrong with that. I mean, print functions do have their place for sure, but logging is definitely something that you'll need to have in place once your application grows beyond a basic project. Having good logs in place is going to allow you to look at behavior and errors over time and give us a better overall picture of exactly what's going on. And you can also pipe it into some visualization software to get a better perspective.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and get started. So I have a file here with some very super simple functions, and these aren't really useful for anything, but I wanted to start off with something easy so that we can focus on logging instead of what the code is doing. So I have 4 simple functions here, just add, subtract, multiply, and divide. And down here at the bottom, I'm using 2 number variables, and these are set to 10 and 5 for now. And then I'm running through each of these functions, and then I have some print statements here that are commented out. Okay, so if I just run this code as is, then it runs successfully with no errors, but I don't really know if it did everything correctly. So in order to print something out to the screen here, let's uncomment out all of these print statements. And let's go ahead and rerun that. So after we reran that code, we can see that the values that we printed out all showed up in our console down here, and everything looks correct. Now this is probably how a lot of us check our work as we go. But instead of using print statements, let's look at adding some very basic logging into this script. Now, first of all, we're going to have to import this, and logging is a built-in module, so all we have to do is just do import logging, and you don't need to install anything to get that to work. Okay, so before we log anything out, let's talk about logging levels. Now, logging levels allow us to specify exactly what we want to log by separating these into categories. Now, there are 5 standard logging levels, and these are debug, info, warning, error, and critical. And I have these pulled up in my snippets here so that we can see a description of each of these. And I'm just going to copy and paste this into our file here, and I'm just going to grab this description directly from the Python documentation. So we can see here that debug says that this is detailed information, typically of interest only when diagnosing problems. Info is confirmation that things are working correctly or working as expected. Warning is an indication that something unexpected happened or is indicative of some problem, maybe low disk space, and the software is still working as expected. Then we get down here to our errors, and due to a more serious problem, the software has not been able to perform a function. And then critical is a serious error indicating that the program itself may be unable to continue running. So I'm just going to leave these commented here as we're walking through this video so that we can have that as a visual guide. Now, the default level for logging is set to warning. And what that means is that it will capture everything that is a warning or above. So by default, it will log warning, error, and critical. And that means that it's going to ignore debug and info log statements. So for example, down here at the bottom where we have these print statements, let's say that we wanted to turn these into debug logging statements. So I could just say, instead of print here, I'm just going to say logging.debug and save that. Now, the default behavior for these logging statements is just to log these to the console. So right now it's very similar to our print statement functionality. So now if I run this, then you can see that it doesn't log anything to our console. And that's because the default logging level is warning. And it's only going to log out warnings and higher. So it's not going to log these debug and info statements. So instead, we need to change. So first of all, let's just say that if we change these debugs here to warning instead and run that, now you can see that we get some output to our console. Now this has a little more information than our print function. So this tells us our logging level, which is set to warning. It also has this root here. Now don't worry about that root right now and what that means. We're going to look at that in our next logging video. And now we have the message that we passed into our log here. Okay, so we've logged out some lines to the console, but we're not really using logging correctly right now because we have these set as warnings, and they're not really warnings. We really wanted to log these lines as either debug or info. So we need to change our logging level to log those debug and info statements out. So to do this, let's go up to the top of our file, and we're going to change some basic configurations here, and I'll just do this below our comments. And we can change these basic configurations with the basic config method. So I'm going to say logging.basic_config. Now this is camel case, and now to change that level, we're going to say level is equal to logging.debug. Now, when you set that logging level, realize that this debug here is in all caps. Now, that's different than our logging.debug method, which we used earlier. This logging.debug is all caps, and it's just a constant that's actually an integer in the background. And if I remember correctly, I think that all these constants are increments of 10. So I think debug is actually just 10, info's 20, warnings 30, errors 40, criticals 50, and so on. So now that we have our logging level set to debug here, now let's change all of our warnings back to debugs. So I'm going to go down here where we did logging.warning, and instead I'm going to say logging.debug. And now let's go ahead and rerun this. Okay, so now we can see that it's printing our debug statements there in the console. Now, so this is good so far, but you may have come to this video expecting to see actual log files and not just printing information to the console. And log files are a great way to capture information because it allows us to see our logged information over time in one place. So instead of logging this information to the console, let's instead create.
So let's pause right there. I may like to implement what he's already have. So do I have a testing ground? There we go. There we go. So this is my main file. It's a temporary file. I'm going to use it for testing purposes. So I may like to replace those prints over here with actual logins. So, oh well, before anything happens, actually, I may like to create a branch because I've been pushing everything into the main. So maybe I may like to have let's create a branch. Let's call you login. And there we go. We are in a new Git branch. Okay, so the first thing will be to import. Oh, let me increase the font size. I'm going to import the login model. Uncommitted changes. What's the issue? It's unused. Yeah, that's fine. And now I'm going to replace this for debug. I think that debug is for debugging purposes. So I'm going to, how do you replace the stuff here? No. And then replace, Control H. Okay. There we go. So debugger dot. Is that how he's doing it? Login.debug. Oh, okay. Oh, he imports that first. I guess. Okay, let's make this replacement. It's just two. There we go. Just these two are going to be replaced. These two lines got replaced. So it's fine. But after importing login, I think he's creating another thing. Let me see, where is it? There we go. Login. That's the name of the import. Login.basicconfig, and the level parameter is going to be equals to login.debug. Debugger. I'm getting confused then. Login.basicconfig. Okay. So here I'm going to say login dot basic config, and then I'm going to get this. I'm going to pass to the level parameter. I think he said 10 or 20, 10. I don't know. A constant from login itself dot debug. Okay. And this is a constant. Is that it? It's equals to 10. 10. It is equals to then. 10. It is in use, I think. Let's save it. So what's the issue? Oh, it's just an expression. Oh, wait. It doesn't really know where to put it, so that's why I need this. Yeah, because I guess there are more parameters, and maybe this is the wrong position for, maybe level is not the first one. So that's why I need to define it here. But anyway. And now, that debugger, where did I get that? Oh, in login.debug.
And log files are a great way to capture information because it allows us to see our logged information over time in one place. So instead of logging this information to the console, let's instead create a log file. Now to do this, it's just as easy as specifying a file in our basic.
Okay, wait. Just give me a minute. And there are more issues here. What is the issue here? Well, this blue one is just a comment, I think. Roller. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, this is just a temporary function. You're not missing. Wait, I see a lot of indentation here. That's weird. Maybe like this? Dice, create dice, sides, roll sum 0. There is a for loop where I define how many iterations I want. Okay. Okay, I guess that if I run, let's see. There we go. I am on the dice folder, and there is the main file. So let's run that. And there we go. How many rows did I did here? Okay. Looks like it's working as intended. I can see here the debug, root, and the message itself. There we go. So it's working as intended. So far, so good. What else?
Config method. So the keyword that we're going to use here is file name and set that equal to whatever we want our log file to be. And I'm just going to call this test.log for now. And we also need a comma there to separate those keywords. Okay, so now let me rerun this again. Now nothing showed up.
Okay, let's try that. File name and the name of the file. And the name of the file, I guess roller.log, maybe. And I guess we shall, oh, wait a minute. It didn't print anything. Oh, there is a new file called roller.log. I wonder what does it contain. There we go. So the result is stored inside a file, a text file. I think it's rolling like 100 times, something like that. Yeah, 100. Maybe I should leave that as 10. What happens if I say 10? It's going to override the file? I don't think so. No, it's actually concatenating more stuff. So it's basically going to concatenate the next time it rolls something. It's going to just keep concatenating the result at the. It's going to append to the end of this file. So that's great, actually. And this is what I mean. You can actually implement the stuff really easily in Python. Okay, let's see 3 maybe. And obviously it's going to work. There we go. That's the end of the first. Oh, wait. So this is the end of the first run. This is the end of the second run. And this is the end of the third run. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue.
Up down here in our console. Now, I'm not sure if you can see my file system very well up here, but this new file up here, test.log, and I'm going to go ahead and open this up. And you can see that it logged all of the information from our script. So now if I go back to my script and I change these numbers, so instead of 10 and 5, I'm just going to use 20 and 10. And now if I rerun this and then open back up this test.log, now you can see that it has our previous values that ran and the latest run here. So now we're going to be able to see our logged information over time and over multiple runs. Okay, so one more thing that I want to show you in this basic logging video is how to change the format. And what I mean by the format is if we look back at our log file here, you can see that it has the log level and the logger, which we said that we weren't going to cover in this video. We'll cover that in this video. And then it has the message here. Now, to change the format in our log, we need to add in some special values to our basic config. Now, to view what is available to us, I have the options pulled up here over here in my browser. Now, these special format codes right here are what is going to allow us to change our format. And you can see a description of each of these. So we have the human readable time, we have the file name, the level name, the line numbers, the messages, and things like that. So
let's see where that is. Do you have links to that? What? Do you have an Amazon playlist? That's a good idea. I wish I could do that for Udemy courses. Microphones, of course. Oh yeah, I want an Oculus Rift. Is it available? I'm digressing again. Oh my god, I want one of those too. Well, it looks like you can learn a lot from a man just watching his wish list. But anyway, I was looking for, well, I guess the library is right there. Log record attributes. Login, there we go. Login levels. Oh, they are indeed Not set. There is even one called not set. Oh, interesting. I wonder if where are the messages that he copy pasted on his code? I don't see them. There we go. Log record attributes. So the page changed, that's for sure. But the information is here. There we go. Log record attributes. Okay, let's see.
We wanted to change our logging format to be the time and the level name and then the message. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy each of these. So first, I'll go ahead and grab the time here and copy that. And now to set this formatting, I'm going to go back to my sample file, back up here to the top. And in my basic configuration, I'm just going to add in another keyword. And that next keyword is format. And I'm going to set this equal to. I'm just going to paste this in, what we copied over for the time. And then I'm going to separate that with a colon there. And now I'll go back over and grab the level name. So we want the level name format. I'll copy that and paste that in, separate that with a colon. And now we also want the message. So I'll grab the message and go over and paste that in. So now if I save this and I run that, and now I go back to my log file, you can see that the format down here with our latest run, the format of our logs has changed. And now we have the time, and this comma here is just dealing with millisecond data. And then we have the log level, which is debug, and then we have our message that we printed out. Okay, so now let's take a look at another module and add some logging to it real quick, just so that we can walk over and paste that in. So now if I save this and I run.
Okay, I'm going to do that, but I'm going to replace the comma or the semicolon with a pipe character, because the semicolon is going to be confusing to read combined with the time, you know. So let's try to do that. So what he's doing, he's going here on the main, I guess. So here, I should actually create a commit for this. Okay, I am adding basic login to the main. So that was the first commit. What is this? Dog string. Yeah, I guess just for it to keep complaining. There we go. Okay, stop complaining. Why is this complaining here? Login package for Python based on pip282 and comments. Tereto in long Python. I don't know what. Simply import login. I did that. Use lazy formatting in login functions. I don't understand what he's complaining about. Yeah, I don't understand what you're complaining about. But anyway, the linter is not being too clear right now. But anyway. So, I guess there is another thing called formatting. Format? Is this a string? And there we go. Now we use those lazy formatting, I guess. So he's using as time, level name, and message. So here it is. Human readable time. Okay. What is the format string? Save it. Well, it's not helping me format this correctly, so there we go. Is this valid? No. What? What? So he's extracting this. How? Put the format there? Nah. Just put it there. There is no need right now. He's using a separator, then level name. In my case, I'm going to use the pipe character. a separator, level name. Where is it? There we go. Here is level name. Again, my separator. And what is he doing? And the message. So that's what he's doing right now. Okay. Yeah, maybe he's right. Maybe I should just extract this thing. Well, here's the format. I guess I can run this again. And let's see the roller. And there we go. I think this is better formatted. I can see clearly in the message. There we go. Yeah, I think since the date, I mean, since the time is using the semicolon, I think it's way better, or the colon, I guess. I think it's way better to use a pipe character to separate the fields anyway. And this is more friendly for CSV files. Yeah, I can even use this to introduce this data into a table maybe. Well, I don't want to digress again. There we go. I am still amazed how easy it is compared to Java, how easy it is to create text files. If you try to create text file, it's not really that hard, but it's way harder than this. Just in a single line, I can create a text file. That's amazing. Anyway.
Run that, and now I go back to my log file. Now you can see that the format down here with our latest run, the format of our logs has changed, and now we have the time, and this comma here is just dealing with millisecond data, and then we have the log level, which is debug, and then we have our message that we printed out. Okay, so now let's take a look at another module and add some logging to it real quick, just so that we can walk over all this one more time a little bit more quickly. So the module that I have here is one that I pulled from my object-oriented tutorial series. Now, if you don't know how classes work or exactly what this code is doing, then don't worry about it too much. We're just going to use this as an example to add some logging. So just a quick overview of what's going on. I have this really small employee class here, and when we create an employee, it comes in here and sets the first name and the last name instance, and then we're printing out that we created an employee. And then down here at the bottom, we're actually creating two instances of two new employees. So with this print statement in here, it's going to tell us when these two instances are created. So I'm going to go ahead and run this code, and you can see that it tells us that our two instances were created, and we have our print message there. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add some logging. Let's say that we wanted to see, what employees were created over time. So we're going to go through the same process that we did in the other module, except we're just going to go a little faster here. So we'll go ahead and import logging. And we'll set up our basic configuration. I could copy this over from the other file. We'll just go ahead and type this in real quick. So I'll say logging.basic.config, and then within here, we'll do a file name. And we'll set that file name equal to employee.log. Now that's the log file that we're going to log to. Now for our level here, remember that the default is set to warning. Let's set this equal to info. I think that our employee creation would be a good info log level. And lastly, now let's go ahead and set the format for our logs. So to do this, let's do format equals. And within this string, now this one I am going to grab from the other example since these formatting codes are a little confusing. Now I'm just going to go ahead and grab the level name and the message here. So I'll copy it and just paste that in there. Now remember, if you want to see everything that is available to you here, then they do have this in the Python documentation. It is up here in the Python 3 logging library documentation down here at log record attributes. Okay, so now that we have our logging configured here, now let's replace our print statement with a log info call. So instead of print, I'm just going to say logging info. That's the exact same message. And just to make sure that this is working with new information, let's go ahead and create one more employee down here at the bottom.
Okay.
3, and we'll just call her Jane Doe. Save that. Okay, so now if I run this code, then nothing popped up in our console, but over here in the file system, we have this employee.log. I'm going to open that up, and here you can see that we have all our information at the info level and the custom formatting that we added in. Okay, so I think that is going to do it for this video. We've gone over how to use basic logging instead of print statements. We also learned about the different log levels and how to change those levels, also how to log to a file, and also...
Okay, so let's implement that. So I implemented this on my main file. That is my temporary file to run tests, manual tests. So what I'm going to do now, I may like to introduce logging into my test, into my unit tests. So I'm going to go to the Dice test folder, and let's try the create test file over here. So this file, let me actually save my, before doing anything else, allow me to say, what did I do here? Oh yeah, I added a format to the basic config log. Okay. There we go. Okay. So let's close main for a little bit. And I'm going to be working on create dice.py. This is a unit test file. And its purpose is to test the create test. What is this? Oh no, wait, this is not it. I'm confused. Wait, give me a minute. This is dice test. And the test create dice is going to test the create dice file. Okay. There we go. So this is the unit test. So now, well, these are tests. And anyway, I'm getting here messages anyway. So I guess it's not too bad. I wonder if I actually need to run. I wonder because I don't think I can. Maybe I should play around with the infos. Yeah, let's play around with infos. Okay, let's say that maybe I can actually create a little function that logs everything. For example, let's begin with import login. Let's set up the login system because it sounds cool. Okay, so let's set up the login system. I don't remember anymore. Wow. My memory is really bad. So actually I'm going to copy this entire thing. Copy paste. Yeah. Okay. So I have basic configuration for this. Maybe debug. I wonder what rank. Is debug even lower? I don't remember. Let's see. Let's go to the top. Login levels. There we go. Debug is 10. So let's try 20 as an example. So info. The login level will be info. There we go. And let's see. Maybe I don't need the time. Well, then file name is going to change, obviously. So let's call it unit test.log. Why not? Unit test.log. And here is the format. So probably I don't want to print out the time every single time. Maybe I just want to do this once. So let's say, oh wait. Yeah, let's remove the time. So I only getting the level name, and instead of the message, well, the message is okay. But I may like to print out the login just once. So look at here. Unit test main. Unit test.main. Unit test.main. I guess unit test.main is going to run this entire test. So what can I do here? Well, Oh, I know what. But that's going to I may like to use mix-ups here, but I don't remember how to implement them correctly. I mean, okay, let's recap a little bit on Python. It's on. I already googled that one. I don't remember. I think it's called setup. Sharing of setup and shutdown code for test aggregation. Yeah, but I just wanted setup and teardown methods can be overwritten or overflown, I guess. If you, but these methods happen every single time a test is going to run and for every single method. So that means that I'm going to be seeing this message a lot of times. So, and I don't want that. I wonder if I can, I do remember that there is a way to set up just and run the setup once and the teardown once. I want to do that. There we go. Yeah, but this setup and teardown happens every single time an individual method is happening. Okay. Unit test escape. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. There we go. Yeah, setup is going to run for every single unit test. You can use setup class. There we go. To define methods that only run once per test suite. Thank you. Thank you very much. And teardown class. Thank you very much. So this is what I'm looking for. And this is a class method decorator. Okay, thank you. I didn't remember, but I know it exists. So down here, let's create a new method called setup superclass. And what this is going to do What's the name of the file? There we go. So what this does is I'm going to write the start of on the login file. So actually here is the first time when I'm going to be printing something. So login dot I guess info, and the message is going to be here. So what's the message? Unit test initialize. And maybe I should use the by character and introduce here. What's the lazy concatenation thing? I don't understand that. No, never mind. I'm just going to load record formatted objects, filter objects, login levels, load record attributes. There we go. Oh, but this is I think this is way better. Thank you. Yeah, I don't understand how that works. Yeah, no. You're not working as intended. Maybe I need to surround you with this. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, let's learn. I have not used this kind of concatenation before because I've been working with Python 3 all the way. So I'm not really familiar with lazy what? How do they call it? With this kind of formatting. Let's see. No, it's not here what I read. No. No. Okay, never mind. So here's how you're using this formatting. Oh, I can do this. Just this. As the placeholder in the format string. This is way easier to read. I don't know why they are not using that. But anyway, I guess I just need to delete this. Like this? No, but how does he understand? Okay, human readable time. I just want to understand how this actually works. This. This is formatting. Let's read the code over here. The format is a string. And I can see. Oh, I guess I'm not allowed to use this thing here. There we go. But then I guess I'm going to be. I actually need to use this kind of formatting. Is that it? No. That's not proper formatting, I guess. Okay. But anyway, it's going to concatenate the answer every single time. Unit test initialize and the date. And then all the tests. And the messages. Why is red? I don't understand why it's red. No. It's asking me to refactor something. But I am on the red. I wonder why. .info is not callable. Oh, yeah. That's wrong. That's not how... there we go. Is that the method name is not uppercase. It's actually this. This is the method. And of course, I'm going to insert there the message. And this is actually callable. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was wrong, obviously. So maybe I wonder, can I, if I want to format this thing with this, can I do that? Is this okay? undefined variable. I guess I need to call it like this. Login dot. Like this, maybe? No. Nope. That's not the way to call it. Okay, if I'm using this, how the hell am I going to pull this thing? Maybe I need to call this thing? I don't understand how this works then. Let me see. Perform a string format operation, okay. Format 1 plus 2. 0, okay. Well, it says I can do this, but I don't know how. Maybe like this? No, it's still undefined. Okay, no, I don't think I am understanding how this works. I don't think so. I try concatenating this thing into the actual here, and it doesn't work. I don't think that as no. There is a class. There is a string. Format style. No, I don't think this is going to do what I think it's going to do. I want to understand this. Okay. Let's see. So this is the formatting. Format price 49. Okay. Oh, okay, and it's formatting and stuff. Fine. So I actually need this, the dot format, and pass the variable, I guess. Okay, I need to pass to the method format testing. So a string format. Okay, so, but how do... But this is not the way. Yeah, this is a method. But what about F and this? No, nothing? It's the same page. Maybe the answer is around here somewhere. Because I already got used to formatting a string with F. I don't really remember. And I want to keep using that. Not because I am ignorant, I'm not going to be using the other method. So string formatting, okay. But this is actual string formatting. So well, maybe I am overcomplicating things here. I'm going to hinder my progress if I keep investigating this issue. So what I'm going to do is this, okay? Oh, now I remember. Format. And it's not working. How do I print out this value over here? Yeah, I'm passing this as a... Let me think. Well, maybe the easiest way would be to create a test log. How may I have different login systems here? I think that comes in the next video. So I guess the best thing today will be to just ignore this. Let's just ignore that one first. Let's just print out the unit test initialize message. And maybe copy paste this thing. And you are the teardown. There we go. Yeah, maybe like this. And that should be my first running test. So, yeah, I'm digressing a lot here. I see this a lot on YouTube DL. That's the Python app I use for downloading YouTube videos in mass scale. So I was wondering. Let's run this once and see what happens. Oh wait, that's the main.py now. Wait. There we go. This dice roll. Is this one? No model found. Why? Date test create. Okay, well, that's not test create this. There we go. So this is my actual test. So the test run, okay. I wonder if and there is the unit test log. And I see both messages printed out successfully at the start and the end of the entire run. So that's fine. I'm not printing out anything else, I guess. I wanted to print out the date and time once at the beginning and at the end, and that should be enough for me, but I don't know how right now. So what I'm going to do, well, maybe if the laziest way will be to just overwrite the basic config before and after, you know. Before and after the message prints. For example, what I mean is this. If I cut this thing down and I refactor it inside here, like this. And I may like to separate these things. There we go. So I'm setting up the level here. And I will create here the actual date with this. So this will be the lazy way to do it, I think. There we go. You see? So I'm configuring the date and time right here. Probably delete the rest. I may like to copy this thing. And I'm going to delete the level name. I don't think I need it. And just have just a separator will be okay. Yeah, I think so. Just have the time and the message. That's fine. And just print out the message here. And right after that, copy paste setup or option. Yeah. And this is the difference. I'm going to remove the time and I'm going to leave the level and I'm going to leave the message afterwards. So at least the setup class method is going to do way more things than the basic configuration and printing of the date. But I think this is way too much. I wonder if I can modify the format by message level and override whatever I configure in the basics. I guess there is an easier way instead of copy paste this thing a lot of times. So, okay. So what are we going to do in the teardown? Well, basically copy paste the same thing all over again. There we go. This is once. This is twice. Unit test finish. Now, right now, unit test log. Oh, this is running on the. This file is running on the root folder because that's where I am running the test. It's fine. There we go. Let's try again. And now my file contains the date and time and the unit test message and how it finished. There we go. So that's fine. I really like the format. It's fine. So now I guess I can commit this thing. There we go. So I wonder, okay, so what are we gonna do next? Well, this is the setup class. It's done. The teardown class is done. I don't know how to work with formatting these strings, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how. I'm passing a string over here, I think. How does this works? I don't understand. Let me. It's going to bug me a lot, I guess. I think there is a percentage character here. There we go. Okay. So the percentage character symbol is used in Python with a large variety of data types and configurations. Percentage string specifically is used to perform concatenation of strings together. It allows us to format a value inside a string. It is used to incorporate an what? Oh my god. Are you for real? It is used to incorporate another string within a string. It automatically provides type conversion from value to string. Oh, that's perfect. The S operator is put where the string is to be specified. The number of values you want to append to a string should be equivalent to the number of specified in the parentheses after the percentage operator at the end of the string value. The following Python code illustrates the way of performing a string formatting. Okay, name geek. Print. Oh, but he's using it here. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work for, I don't know. Multiple. Okay. Multiple assets. Okay. I wonder if I might change just, maybe I don't really need to set up the file name every single time or the level. Yeah, let's just modify the format. Like this. Let's try to run that. And it's working as intended, so it was a refactor. Yeah, I don't need to, it's been configured once over here. So I don't really need it to, oh wait, I actually need to get it back to what it was, is it? Yeah. Oh no, it's okay, it's fine. Yeah, format is just fine. Okay. And tear down. Yeah, unit time is finished. Yeah, I guess it's fine. There we go. Here's the new message. Yeah. Okay. So now let's begin to actually log in stuff here. So I guess info messages should be perfect for this example. So login doc, info, and a message. So the message could be something in the veins of something like that. The name of the test and ran successfully. And yeah, that's it. And let's just copy this thing several other times in order to, to print out the messages, the info messages for every single of those. Like this. Just copy paste the method name. Just going to run once for every single one, for every single test There we go. Again, let's so I wonder if I can log in or log when the test fails. That will be interesting. Yeah, I guess I need to play around with the self-assert is instance or with the asserts, with these assertions maybe. I guess it's going to imply that I need to enclose everything inside a try except block maybe. This should work. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. That ain't right. It's still printing out the date, and yeah, it's not working properly. Why? Okay, let's see. So, okay. I am setting up the file here. Login method info, and the format is going to be the time and the message. Then I print out my first message, and then oh, here's what I decided to remove this thing. And the level info. Okay, I only changing the format afterwards. And then here, in the tear down, I'm setting up again the time, the message, print out the message, and well, this is useless. It's no longer going to log anything, so you can just remove it. So let's try again. Oh no, it's not working out for me. I guess that since I am importing, no, because it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's just doing it as the first, how I did it first. Okay. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong right now, so let me think. According to myself, I'm just changing the format to basic configuration for the login system. Oh no, this function does nothing if the root logger already has handlers configured, unless the keyword argument force is set to true. It is a convenience method intended for use only by simple scripts to do one-shot configuration in the login package. The default behavior is to create a string handler, which writes this deter. I don't understand that. Using the basic format, the string. I don't know. So it's not. I'm not using it properly. That's what it's saying. Okay, let's not. Since once it's set up, it's not going to work for me anymore. Anyway, let's just work with the basic. Okay. I guess let's look for the here for the level name. Let's add the level name here. There we go. And that should allow me to see a little to see more data for my log. There we go. So I'm getting, oh well, I got the info first. I might like to have the date first. So probably I'm going to be switching this with this. There we go. And there we go. This is the final version, so to speak. Okay, so I'm logging the unit test files. That's fine. I should probably delete everything or delete the file itself. And let's go back to watch video number 2.
Format those log messages. So for small applications, logging like this will be a good start. But there are some issues that we can run into once we start importing our other modules.
Yeah.
They all try to share the same logger. So in the next video, we'll learn how to create separate loggers, add handlers and formatters to those loggers, and also how we can log our information to multiple locations. And I'll leave a link to that next video in the description section below. Now, if anyone has any questions about what we covered in this video, then feel free to ask in the comment section below, and I'll do my best to answer those. Now, if you enjoy these tutorials and would like to support them, then there are several ways you can do that. The easiest way is to simply like the video and give it a thumbs up. And also, it's a huge help to share these videos with anyone who you think would find them useful. And also, if you have the means, you can contribute through Patreon, and there's a link.
Okay.
In this video, we're going to continue learning about logging in Python. Now, if you haven't seen my previous video on basic logging, then you're definitely going to want to make sure that you watch and understand that video before jumping into this one. Now, in this video, we'll be learning about loggers, different handlers, and a couple of other things. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so if you watch my first video, then you'll see that I have the same two files here that I used in that video. I have this super simple application with some short functions here, and it's basically where we left off in the previous logging video. So just to recap, we imported logging, and we set some basic configuration here. The configuration is that we're logging to the sample log file. We're setting the log level equal to debug. And our format, we have a custom format here where we're using the time, the name of the logger, and the message. And then here at the bottom, we are logging out some statements using our logging.debug. Now, we have another module here in this employee class where we pretty much did the same thing. We're importing logging. We're setting up our logging with a file equal to employee.log. Our log level here is set to info, and our format for this log file is our level name, the name of the logger, and the message. And then we're doing a logging.info here every time we create an employee. So that is where we left off at the last video. So let me go ahead and run this employee module here. And when I run that, it creates this employee.log. I'm going to open that up. Now, in our employee.log, based on the formatting that we have set, this logs our log level, this root here, and then we have the message that we passed in. So now I'm going back to my simple application here, and I'm going to run this. And here we had this set to sample.log. And we can see that sample.log got created. I'm going to open that up. Now, the formatting here we had set a little bit differently. Here we're using the time. So we have the time, this root, and then the message that we passed in. So I said in the last video that we discussed what this root message right here means. And basically what this means is that since we haven't specified a specific logger, we're working with the root logger. And this isn't necessarily a bad thing when working with smaller applications and specific files, but it's best to get into the habit of logging to specific loggers that can all be configured separately. Now we're going to take a look in just a second of how to get a specific logger. But real quick, let me show you why working with this root logger isn't the best idea. So first, let me delete these employee and sample logs here. So I'll delete that employee log, I'll delete that sample log, and close these down. Don't want to save those. Now, from within my simple module with these calculator functions, let me import the employee module. So I'm just going to do that right under logging here. I'll do import employee. Now, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but when you import a module, it actually runs the code from that module when it's imported. So when I import my employee module, it should come in here and create these employees and loggers. So now from this module where I'm importing employee, I'm going to go ahead and run this module. Now we can see in our file system that it created this employee.log file, but our sample log file that we specified here isn't there. And if I open up my employee log file, we can see that it only logged out our created employees. So what happens when this file create its log, its sample log, or execute these log statements down here at the bottom? Now, the reason it didn't do that is because when we set up this logger here within this employee class, it configures the root logger here with this file name, this log level, and this format. Now, all that got set up first because we imported employee, and this module is sharing that same root logger in this script. So by the time we get to configuring our logging within this script, the root logger is already configured with those other values, so this doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I just read about it.
Down here at the bottom is because the root logger got set to that info level within the employee module, so debug doesn't hit that level. Now, if we were to change these here to info statements, and I was to rerun that, now if I pull up this employee log file, then you can see that it did log the information from that script that has the calculation functions. But still, even though we did get those to log somewhere, this is still kind of a mess that we're sharing this root logger. We're not getting the log file that we want, we're not getting the log levels that we want, and we're not getting the formatting that we want. So let's get a new logger for each of our modules so that we can configure both of them separately. So I'm going to go ahead and close this log file down. And within the employee module here, I'm going to create a logger variable, and I'll just do this above our configuration here. So I'll say logger equals. Now to get a new logger, I'm going to say logging.getLogger. And now we need to specify a name here. Now, I could hard code any name here that I want, but a convention when naming loggers is to use this special _name method or variable. Now, if you don't know about this name variable, then I do have a video that explains that, and I'll link that in the description section below.
Yeah, I already know.
When we execute this module directly, this name variable will be equal to _main, and when this code is executed from an import, its name will be equal to the module's name. So I'll call this _name right here, and we'll see exactly what this equals in a second. So now we're getting a new logger here, and if this logger doesn't exist, then it'll be created. So now I've got a new logger, and this is a step that some people forget. So now that I have this logger variable, and we're working with a specific logger, we should now use this to run the log methods. So down here, where I'm saying logging.info.
No, not anymore.
Just created. So I'm going to say logger.info. Now, one nice thing about these loggers is that they are within a hierarchy. So if this employee logger doesn't have something set, then it'll fall back to the root logger. So for example, this logging basic config is still configuring that root logger. So even though I'm using this new logger here to run this info method, if I run this code, then it still doesn't print to the console. It still will create, an employee log file and log the messages to the log. See here that ran our info logs. Now, one thing to notice here is that now it's telling us that we're using this _main logger, not the root logger like it was before. These log messages are from previous runs. Okay, now let's switch back over here to employee real quick. Okay, so we're still configuring this root logger with this file name, log level, and format. Let's instead configure our specific logger here with those values and leave our root logger alone. So first, to specify the employee log file that we want to log to, we have to add a file handler. And to do this, I'll make a new variable, and I'm just going to call this file underscore handler. And I'm going to set this equal to logging.filehandler. Oh, looks like I spelled that wrong there. Okay. And what we're going to pass into that is just the name of our log file. So we just want to pass in employee.log. So now we have this file handler, but it needs to be added to our logger. So to do that, we can say logger.add handler. And then we'll just say to add that file underscore handler. Now, I know that this seems like more steps in our basic configuration, but just bear with me here and we'll see how this has a lot of advantages. Okay, so now with this file handler, we want the formatting to be the same as what we specified in our basic configuration. Now, I think the code that I have here is just the default configuration anyways, but let's go ahead and add that formatting to our file handler. Now, we're adding this formatting to the file handler and not the logger. So keep that in mind. So to do this, we can first create a formatter, and I'm going to do that here at the top. I'm just going to say formatter is equal to logging.formatter. And then what we're going to pass into that is our format string here. So I'm going to copy that, paste that in. And then we're going to add this formatter to our file handler. And to do that, I'm just going to go right underneath our file handler here and say file handler.add formatter. Oh, sorry about that. That's not add formatter. That is set formatter. And then we are just going to pass in that formatter that we just created. Okay, and lastly, let's set the log level on this employee logger. And to do this, we can just come up here to the top after we create this logger. I'm going to say logger.set level. And I'm just going to set that to the same level that we have in our basic configuration. So I'm just going to say logging.info. So at this point, we should be able to delete our basic configuration. We have all these set on our specific logger. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this basic configuration here. And just to make sure that this is working, let's also go ahead and delete this employee log file and start from scratch. And I can already see I have a typo here. Let me fix that and save it. Okay, so now let me go ahead and rerun our code here. Now
okay, so let me add all of that into my unit test file. So basically I'm going to, well, let's first make a commit here so I can go back to a safe place if I mess up. Useless. There we go. Now, how will I? Well, I guess I'm going to need to see this through. He's creating a logger from the login library, just logger method, and he's assigning it the name. I guess it's going to run under main if I'm running this file directly, I guess. So let's do that. Let's basically copy paste everything. Well, not really. I need to type it manually. So up here, I wonder, I guess this is the way to do it. Set the basic configuration for the login library. Yeah, I guess. But this is going to end here. But this is for the entire class, so I guess it's okay. It's going to live enough. Logger equals login.getLogger. Okay. No, it's logger. And assigning the name here. Logger set level. Now, logger. Wait, just calling. And the level. Is that okay? No, login.info. There we go. What else? Formatter. Login.formatter. And I need to pass a formatter argument. Oh no, I need to pass the actual formatting. Oh, I already deleted that. Never mind. Let's use the same one here. It's going to be level name, name, and message. Level names. name and message. Message. And I'm just missing the level name. No. Level name is already there. What am I missing? Level name, just name. There we go. Level name, and message. That's fine. Now, that's the formatter. It's not used yet. I need to create a file handler. Formatter. Oh, by the way, I forgot to open my Word laptop because as soon as I finish practicing login, I need to get back to actually learning courses for my job. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary for me to stream those because I guess it's going to be boring. I'm not going to be doing anything. I'm just going to watch some videos. So streaming that, I don't think it's going to be of any use. I don't think so. But anyway. I don't know why I'm closing my eyes. I'm not closing my eyes, bro. But anyway. Login info, no. File handler. After formatter, I need a file handler. Login dot file handler employee dot log. Okay. Oh no, file handler. And the file handler is going to be equals to login dot file handler. File handler with a capital H, so it's I guess it's a class. Employee log, so the name of the file name, okay. I'm going to call you, what's the name of this file? Test create dice. .log. There we go. And set file handler dot set formatter, and I'm going to use a formatter. File handler dot set formatter. Oh wait, I got a typo here. There we go. And finally, logger dot add handler. And let's pass the file handler. And now I am set up. Okay. I guess I am printing out my formatting right here. And I wonder if I can just modify, well, let's delete the login info is fine, I guess. Let's run the unit test. There is nothing there. Okay. Oh wait, it's not with login. Now I need to do it with logger. There we go. Let's delete this file and let's run again. There we go. Getting the level name, I guess. This is the name. Okay, so it's not main. So the name is not main. So it's not really. Okay, so that's fine. is called dice underscore test. That's the name of the folder or the module. Dot test create dice. Unit test initialized. It didn't finish though. Why not? Oh, because here I need to do it with logger. Like this. Oh, but you don't know what that is? Do I need to format this thing? No. You don't, this method does not know what logger is. So maybe I should make this yeah, it's only going to work inside down here. So let me think. But that's the idea basically. So I'm not going to be able to replace login.info with logger.info. Well, this is not going to run anyway. Oh. There we go. So they don't know what logger is. What I can do is move everything outside the method here and make it available to everybody. Inside the class, that is. Like this. Actually, I need to fix the indentation. There we go. So all of those are going to be attributes for the test create dice class. I think. I don't remember how to do that properly, actually. I think I need a decorator, maybe. Let me think. No, this is a class method. No. Property. Yeah, I think it's like property or something. It's a decorator. I guess this should be enough. But they don't actually see it. I don't remember how to do class attributes then. Okay, let's remember. Python class attributes. Okay. Okay, let's see. Class attributes. Yeah, that's not accessible. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be valid. Yeah, this works. I think it may be with the CLS key. No. Yeah, no, that's not the way. Yeah, he's explaining the problem, but what did you already define something? No, he's just hacking away. Yeah, I want the class attributes to be available for all instances and share the same thing, not create a new instance. Thank you. Okay. That should have worked. Why is not working? Yeah, just that. That's it. Why is not working? Yeah, I did that. Okay. I just did that, so let me see. Maybe I did something wrong. Okay, so here's a class. Here is an attribute. But down here, yeah, I guess it's going to be CLS dot. Yeah, I was missing that. Oh my, okay. So this is another class method. So yeah, I guess I was missing that. I forgot. Okay, so I guess here, since this is a method, I'm going to need to do it like this. Yes. Because I don't have CLS inside methods, so I don't think it's going to work. But I have self. There we go. Self. So I was missing the reference to the actual object or the class. I guess this should work now. Let's just delete this file. And looks like it's working properly now. Okay, so I was overcomplicating stuff, I guess. Okay, next. I am adding login system here. So my plan is to add a date and time to the first message and date and time to the last message. That's the next thing I want to do. Oh no, I closed it. Damn it. Well, never mind, I guess. Do I have to get in there? Oh no, I messed up. Oh no. Oh, damn it. I ran that twice. Okay. Nope. What's the name? That's the name of the command. Nope. Well, I guess I only need to... I think I need to delete it too. So, what is the PID? There we go. I have to... So, I guess... Okay, terminated. There is another one. Yeah, there is another one. Oh, god damn it. Okay, okay, I got it. There we go. Okay, there are no longer any jobs. Let's try to download it again. And just there we go. I think it's working now properly. Okay, let's leave that there. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Now I want to modify the first and the second and the last messages. That's what I want to do. So looks like I can do that right here. But I may like to watch the rest of the video first.
So I'm going to go ahead and open that, and you can see that within here it logged all the lines that we specified with the correct format. So now let's jump back over to our other script where we imported the employee module. Let's scroll back up here to the top. Now remember that before this gave us problems because we were sharing that root logger.
Yeah.
If I rerun this now, then we can see that this time it did create this sample log file. Now, if I open up that sample log, then we can see that we have that different formatting with the time set first. So we're logging the time and then the logger. And in this case, it's still the root logger. And also we are logging out our message. And now let me open up the employee log file. And we can see in here that it logged the value.
Yeah, it changed.
It gave the name of employee for the logger this time. And that's because this module was imported. And if we run that directly, then it would be equal to this _ main up here.
Okay.
So we imported that, it got set to employee, which is the name of the module. Okay, so real quick, let's go ahead and set up a logger for this other script that we're currently in so that we're not using the root logger within here either. Now, I'm going to copy a lot of this code from the employee class. So I'm going to grab all of that and paste that in here. And now we can set up this logger any way that we want. So I want the logging level. I'm going to set that to debug. Basically everything that we have down here in our basic config. So this file handler here, instead of employee.log, I'm going to set that to sample.log. And for the format, I'm going to use the format that we have here that has our time included. So I'm going to switch that out. And that does it for configuring the specific logger. So now we can delete this basic configuration.
Okay.
And before we run this, remember, this is one thing that a lot of people forget. When we call our log methods, now we need to use our specific logger instead of the logging module. So I'm going to grab our logger here, logger variable that we created.
Oh, okay.
At the bottom, instead of doing logger.info, I want to do logger.info. And actually, instead of .info, I'm going to do .debug. Okay, so now with all the changes in place, I'm going to go ahead and rerun that and look at both of my log files here. So we can see that it logged those values, and that's not using that root logger anymore, so that's good. And the employee log file should be the same since we didn't change anything there. And yeah, we can see that it's still adding logs to that file as well too. So now let me go ahead and delete these files one more time here. And let me delete this sample log file. Okay. Now, one good thing about setting your logging up like this is that now you've got a lot more flexibility. It's nice how this hierarchy works. So, for example, let's say that we wanted our logger level in this module here set to debug, which it currently already is. But now let's say that we only wanted our errors or worse to get logged to the sample log file. Now, to do that, we can set levels on the file handlers themselves. So if I wanted to keep my logger level set to debug, but wanted to only capture error statements and above in this specific file handler, then what I could do is take this file handler here and just say filehandler.setLevel, and I'll set that equal to logging.error. So now if I rerun this code, then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample.log. We can see that it didn't log those debug statements because the levels didn't match. So let's log something that's an error so that we can see something get added to our file handler here.
Okay.
So within my divide function, I'll put in a try except block that makes sure that we catch a division by 0 error. So to do that, I'll just do a try. I'll say result equals x divided by y, and then for an except, we're going to catch a 0 division error. And within that 0 division error, that's where we'll do a logger, and we want this to be an error log. So I'll do logging.error. And for the message here, I'll just say tried to divide by 0. And now let's put in an else statement for our try except block. And for that else, I'll just say return result and get rid of this outside return statement there. So now with that code in place, I can rerun this, and we can see that it still works. But now let's change our second number here to a 0, which will make us divide by 0 and throw that error. So now if I run that, Now it looks like nothing happened, but if I go to our sample.log file here, now we can see that we had a log put in here where it said tried to divide by 0. Now a personal preference of mine is that anytime that I'm logging an error, I usually like to include the traceback so that I can get more information about what exactly happened. And the logging module allows us to do this very easily. We can just do that by changing this logging.error and instead make that logging.exception. So now let me code again and switch back to our sample log file. And you can see that now included in our log, we got that we tried to divide by 0, but it also included the traceback here with some more information. Okay, so let me go back to our script here. So another good thing about this being modularized is that it's easy to add multiple handlers to a logger. So for example, let's say that we did want to see these debug statements that we're executing down here at the bottom, but we only wanted to display those to the console. So what we could do here is create another handler, but instead of a file handler, what we're going to do is create a stream handler. So let me show you how this works here. So we can just come down here and create another handler. We'll call this stream_handler. I'll set that equal to logging.stream handler, and that's not going to take in any arguments. And now we don't need to set a log level on this because our logger already has a logging level of debug. So now let's go ahead and add this new stream handler to our logger. And all we have to do is do the same thing that we did when we added the file handler, is logger.addHandler. But now we're going to also add on a stream handler. So now you can see that we have both the file handler and the stream handler added to the single logger. So now if I run this code, then you can see that it logged our debug statements in the console, and also these errors show up here too, but those are also getting sent specifically to the log file with the error logs. Now one thing to notice here is that the formatting to the console isn't the same that we had in our file, but setting this is just as easy as it was for the file handler. So what we'll do here is where we set this formatter on the file handler, I'm just going to come underneath and paste that for the stream handler and do the same thing. Stream handler.setFormatter equal to the formatter that we have at the top. Or we could create a completely new format for the console if we wanted, but I'm just going to leave it the same. So let's go ahead and rerun that. And now you can see in the console that it has the format that we specified. Okay, so I think that is going to do it for this video. Hopefully after these videos you have a good idea
nice.
begin to add logging to your projects. This is something that almost every project needs in production at some point. And good logs can save you a lot.
Okay, let's go back a little bit.
Just to make sure that this is working, let's also go ahead and delete this employee log file and start from. You can see that it's still adding logs to that file as well too. So now let me go ahead and delete these files one more time here. And let me delete this sample log file. Okay. Now, one good thing about setting your logging up like this is that now you've got a lot more flexibility. It's nice how this hierarchy works. So, for example, let's say that we wanted our logger level in this module here set to debug, which it currently already is. Now, let's say that we only wanted our errors or worse to get logged to the sample log file. Now, to do that, we can set levels on the file handlers themselves. So, if I wanted to keep my logger level set to debug, but wanted to only capture error statements and above in this specific file, now with this file handler, those values and leave our root logger alone. So, first, to specify the employee log file that we want to log to, we have to add a file handler. And to do this, I'll make a new variable, and I'm just going to call this file_handler. And I'm going to set this equal to logging.filehandler. Oh, looks like I spelled that wrong there, okay? And what we're going to pass into that is just the name of our log file. So we just want to pass in employee.log. So now we have this file handler, but it needs to be added to our logger. So to do that, we can say logger.addHandler. And then
this is the starting code.
Okay, so now let me go ahead and rerun our code here. Now it created our employee.log, so I'm going to go ahead and open that. And you can see that within here, it logged all the lines that we specified with the correct format. So now let's jump back over to our other script where we want to log to. We have to add logger.set to that info level within there. And if I open up my employee log file,
he's
save it. Okay, so
creating the logger first.
Imported. And if we run that specific logger instead of the logging module, so I'm going to grab our logger here, logger variable that we created down here at the bottom. Instead of doing logging.info, I want to do
that's what I am at.
.info, I'm going to do .debug. Okay, so now with all those changes in place, I'm going to go ahead and rerun that and look at both of my log files here. So we can see that it logged those values, and that's not using that root logger anymore, so that's good. And the employee log file should be the same since we didn't change anything there. And yeah, we can see that it's still adding logs to that file as well too. So now let me go ahead and delete these files one more time here. And let me delete this sample log file. Okay. Now, one good thing about setting your logging up like this is that now you've got a lot more flexibility. It's nice how this hierarchy works. So, for example, let's say that we wanted our logger level in this module here set to debug, which it currently already is. But now let's say that we only wanted our errors or worse to get.
Yeah, this is the second part.
Now you've got a lot more flexibility. It's nice how this hierarchy at the time, this root created employees. So what happened here? Why didn't this file create its calculation functions? But still, even though we did get those two variable will be equal to _main, and when this code is executed from an import, its name will fall back to the root.
Yeah, he's building the login system here.
Specified in our format string here. So I'm going to copy that and paste that in. And then we're going to add this formatter to our file handler. So at this point, we should go ahead and rerun our code here. Now it created our employee.log. So I'm going to go ahead and open that. And you can see that within here is this logger. I'm going to say logger.setLevel. And I'm just going to set that to the same level that we had in basic configuration. So I'm just going to say logging.info. So at this point, we should be able to delete our basic configuration. We have all these set on our specific log. I have a typo here. Let me fix that and save it. Okay, so now let me go ahead and rerun our code here. Now it created our employee.log. So I'm going to go ahead and open that. And you can see that within here, it logged all the lines that we specified with the
okay.
So now let's jump back over to our other script where we imported the employee module. Let's scroll back up here to the top. Now remember that before this gave us problems because we were sharing that root logger. But if I rerun this now, then we can see that this time it did create this sample log file. Now, if I open up that sample log, then we can see that we have that different formatting with the time set first. So we're logging the time and then the logger. And in this case, it's still the root logger. And also we are logging out our message. And now let me open up the employee log file. We can see that it logged the values correctly. And it gave the name of employee for the logger this time. And that's because this module was imported. And if we run that directly, then it would be equal to this _main up here. But since we imported that, it got set to the name of the module. Okay, so real quick, let's go ahead and set up a logger for this other script that we're currently in. So
that's what I need.
Root logger within here either. Now I'm going to copy a lot of this code from the employee class. So I'm going to grab all.
Okay, so he grabbed all that. So basically all of this. And he just copy pasted it here. Where is it? On the main, I guess. Oh no, it will be better here in the second test. Yeah, that will be way better. Import login, and then copy paste everything down here. There we go. And the name, test roll dice. Well, maybe with a snake case. Test lowercase. Test roll dice dot log. Everything seems to be the same, but down here I will actually copy paste these messages. These two classes. Is that okay? I think so. Okay, so I am basically copy pasting the same things. I wonder if I'm going to leave everything inside unit test log. Yeah, I guess it's okay because both tests are running at the same time. Well, when I chose them to be. So here, this is info level. But I may like to create a debug level for the rest of them, maybe. For example, here, debug level. Well, info is okay because it's successful. And just replace this like this. There we go. No, this is a blur. Well, yeah. And that's it. Those are the tests. So this is called test roll dice. It only contains 3 tests. Oh, it's in another file. And there we go. Actually, I think I can handle both logs inside the same file. Because they are separated by name anyway, so it doesn't... dice test. Now, if I run both tests at the same time, like this, I'm running 8 tests in total. Dice test.log. There we go. So here is where the first set of this is the first set, and this is the second set. I can differentiate them because of the name. This is test roll dice, and these over here are test create dice. So this is how I can differentiate them. Now, what I may like to do is to, on the first message, here and here, on these messages, I want to add the timestamp, maybe. Yeah, maybe a timestamp will be okay. Although I'm going to break although I'm going to break the column design because I'm going to add just one. But let's make that experiment a little bit interesting, I guess. I guess if I want to really log what's going on, the best thing to do will be to add the timestamp on every single line. But I want to try if I can use different loggers inside the same file. And I guess that's what he's trying to teach in the end. There we go. So this is the time. If I do this, let's say like this, I am adding a timestamp to everybody. So when I run, if I run this, I run 8 tests successfully. And now, well, I'm getting a timestamp for everybody. And maybe I can remove the rest of the info. I may like to just leave the message for the rest of them. Yeah. Well, this log is not that bad, I guess. Because I'm getting all the info I need. So I guess it's not that bad. But I want to learn how to actually apply formatting selectively. For example, here, the formatter, with this, I can modify the formatter. So if I select this and this, oh wait. If I copy this, maybe I can just modify the formatter. Let's try here, for example. Obviously, since these are class attributes, I can do this. I need to specify the access to these attributes, class attributes now. Okay, so here I'm setting up, everything is going accordingly, yes. I may like to copy this. I'm setting up the debugger format like this. Unit test initialize. And that's it. I'm going to get the date and the time, the level, the name, everything on the first and the last messages. But after setting up this is the setup class. Oh wait, it's already done, so I don't need it here. This is the setup class, so I don't need to format anything else. It's already done. But after that, and for the rest of the test, I may like to remove the time and just leave the level name and the message. I don't think the name is necessary. maybe the level name and the message. That's all. And that's after the setup. And now, do I still have that copied? In the teardown, I need to establish again that like this with the original values. I need the original values here again. That's it. In my opinion, I guess this is going to work. Maybe, I hope. So I just need to copy all of this into the teardown. Into the teardown. And all of this into the setup class method. And that's it. So my formatting will look something way better. Let's leave that, let that there. I think everything is saved. Let's run test. And there we go. It looks kind of ugly, but it's different. There we go. Yeah, maybe I can refactor this code a little bit. I don't really need to access the formatter on the class level directly and modify it. I don't think that's useful. So I'm going to just create its own formatter thing here for both the class method setup class and the teardown class. So this is going to be a local variable now. I'm just modifying the formatter. And I guess I can do the same thing here. Oh, actually it's going to be even easier. I can just set up the class formatter here. Remove all this code. I no longer need it. And since I'm not modifying the class formatter, because in the setup method, I'm just creating my own local formatter variable. I'm creating a formatter for the rest of the tests. And the class level formatter is still the same. I haven't changed that. So I switch into this formatter here onwards. And when there is time to destroy everything, I change back the formatter to the class formatter again. And I print that out. So this is just this should print the same. Oh no, I clicked something else. Never mind. And there we go. I just executed the test again. And there we go. Unit test finish. This is for the... Let's actually delete everything. Well, the dice test log. There we go. Now let's try to run again. And there we go. So this is the start of the unit test for this one here. And this is the end of this test. And I'm getting these messages here. And this is how it feels. So this is one block. Let's separate them like this. So basically, this is the first test, and this is the second set of tests. And I'm getting timestamps just for the first and the last. And anything in between is just getting the level and the actual message. Yeah. Okay, just to finish up this session, I may like to try out redirecting when things happen the wrong way, I guess. So let's see. Oh, let's make a commit. Okay. And finally, same thing, just in this case with this. And there we go. So these are my tests. I had messages there, but I don't actually have try catch blocks because that's supposed to be the case. If something fails, for example, if one, well, all of these tests fail are going to be successful, so it doesn't matter. Let's create a failing test, shall we? Let's create a dummy. So I'm creating this fake test, and I'm just going to, I guess, assert self. Assert. I wonder if there is an assertion regarding division. Maybe an assert raises. I need to pass a callable. Mm. Okay, is this no, I don't think so. I don't think it's called that way. Let's see the what is the video?
All of that and so now if I run this code for the console with one documentation and look build in here to the log mod, I'm going to take in any arguments. And now again and switch back to our sample log file. Is that anytime that I'm logging an error, 0, which will make us divide by 0, and that I'm logging an error, I usually begin and switch back to our now a personal preference of mine, but if I go to our sample.log file here, now we can see that we had a log put in an else statement for our try except block. And for that else, I'll just say return.
It's zero division error. That's the name. Zero division error. Can I do this? And the callable. If I do an expression, is that callable? Does this count as a callable? How do I create a lambda function? I already forgot about so many things. Lambda, the input parameter, and whatever you return. I wonder if I can remove this. Lambda like this, maybe? Doesn't receive anything. No. What about a lambda that doesn't receive anything? Without argument, thank you. Okay, lambda, I did that. Something that returns an expression, I guess. Yeah, I know it's abuse. I just want to fulfill the requirement, you know? Like this. That should be valid. Lambda, semicolon, and the expression. So this should raise a division by 0. If it's not, let's see if I can... well, let's not make this complicated first. Let's actually try just... let's comment this out. And just divide x equals 1 divided by 0. No, that's not the word. It said 0 division. Is that the syntax for that? I don't think so. Except 0 division error. Yeah. That's a function. No. Then logger, and there we go. Try to divide by 0. Yeah. Try. Oh, wait, I forgot this. Else. Return what? Return result? Yeah, I forgot about the object reference in order to get the logger. So, but he did something before that. Okay, let's see. Return X. Let's do it the right way, shall we? Now we should try it. Okay, it ran. Oh yeah, because it actually wait, why did you run 9? I don't have assertions here. Okay, let's see. Oh, nice. Look at this. It actually works. So the test didn't fail because I don't have assertions there. That's what it failed. Okay. Mm-hmm. I wonder what happens here then. Zero division error, that's true. And keeps moving along. Oh, I didn't mean that. But anyway, try to divide by 0. Yeah, and that's an error. Great, thank you. Okay. And I can save errors on another file if I want to. That's actually great. So let's try that, actually. Let's try to, well, I am asserting the race, so if this doesn't do it, that test is going to fail. Now, that's going to fail. That failed. Zero division error not raised by lambda. And it's going to stop there. It's not going to continue. So none of this happens. Oh, well, I think this actually triggers this. So I guess I'm going to get another message. No, look at that. So just to be sure. Okay, it failed again. And just to be sure, no. I guess the test failed at the end. Around here. So yeah, zero division raised. Okay. So the first set of tests failed. So this fails. Is raising something? Assertion error. No, it's not considered a fail. Well, not in the sense that it's raising anything. But it's definitely a stopping right here and not doing the rest of it. So I guess the assertion is going to stop the test at this point and not try anything else. So I guess that's what's going on. If I pass the test, it's going to return the result. Or in my case, I will just log that the test ran successfully, you know. Oh no. There we go. And not return anything actually. Just run this code and log in the info. Okay. Let's delete everything here. Let's run the test again. Okay. I don't see zero division error here. That's because the test failed. And this is the important thing. So I understand that what happens here, this is successful, and I don't get an exception here by anything. So maybe, well, else set logger test division by 0 ran successfully. In this else, I guess it's going to run anyways. Oh wait, let's run that again. There we go. It's not even the last. It's not even the last test. Let me see. But no, it's in my case it is the last test. That's weird. Oh, it's printing another message. Maybe I have a typo here. Yeah. Try to divide by 0. No, I don't think so. That's not it. It ran successfully. Then this. I don't think. Oh wait, it's right there. Right before my test number 5. I'm going to be right back. I need to go to the. I need to take a little break really quickly. I'm going to leave you with some music just in case. So you don't get bored. back. Let's see. Okay, quiet. So there we go. I'm back. Where were we? No. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was trying to figure out. The code stops here. Trailing white space. Well, remove it. Oh my god. Are you for real? Well, yeah. This is a fake test, so... Why is not auto-completing the thing over here? Do I have Python installed? Okay, seems installed. This extension is deprecated. Okay. What about Pylent? I already have it installed, so I don't know why you're complaining about. Yeah, I don't know why you're not auto-completing this thing. But anyway. Do I need an update? No? Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to... Well, yeah, it's asserting the division by 0. Okay. It's not raising anything yet, so I guess it's fine. It doesn't matter, really. So, okay, asserting a rate, but it's not... I guess assert raises is not actually raising itself anything. It's just asserting that this thing actually works. So what happens if I do this? Then I'm not going to get that specific thing, but I can get it. I think this is valid. Except, and the name of the exception. Yeah, I think I need to understand. Try except in Python. Refreshing concepts. Except. Yeah, but I want to print out. This is the else. The else. Raise an exception. Thank you. Yeah, but how do I print out exception messages? This is not complete. This is the exception. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay. What happens when I want to catch everything else? There we go. One except clause. So to specify handlers for different exceptions and modes. Oh, these are handlers. Okay. No. Useful, yes. Necessary, important for me right now? Not really. Yeah. I need the default except. Okay. Session chaining. Oh my god, this is even more complex. Runtime error, failure to connect from the sec. Oh, there we go. Step as what when I want to catch everything with this name? This is important. This is how to raise exceptions and chain them with other exceptions. This is actually really good. I need to save this one. This is a really good one. User define exceptions. I do that all the time. There is a finally. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if I can play around with this. Set as E. Oh no. I don't want to get sick. Please don't be sick. No. What's this? Yeah. No exception is specified. Do I need to? There is a break over here. I guess the else is where I'm supposed to. Yeah, what is the else? What does the else do? Because I think I'm confusing the else with something else. Haha, pun intended. So what do you do? There we go. Here it is. So it reads, the try except statement has an optional else clause. When present, must follow all except clauses. It is useful for code that must be executed if the try clause does not raise an exception, for example. Okay. If I don't raise an exception, that's the place where that's why I'm using it as a finally. Yes. I'm using it as properly. But what happens if I get an except? Okay. Try raise exception, spam X, accept exception as inst. Okay. So I'm trying to make this work. But it's not telling me. I wonder what they assert. I think I need to combine this try except thing. I'm doing this wrong, obviously. I don't need this. The zero division error is not going to actually work. Try, but I can do this. I wonder if something fails here. Okay, try to divide by 0. If something goes wrong, I'm going to get this. If not, I'm going to get this. But I wonder if the test fails here. I wonder if this actually rises something. Let me see. It doesn't say. I see here that it's not raising anything. It's not returning anything. I wonder if it's raising. Assert raises context. Okay. Fail unless an exception of class expected exception is raised by the callable when invoked with a specified position and keyword arguments. If a different type of exception is raised, it will not be caught. And the test case will be deemed to have suffered an error exactly for an unexpected exception. If called with the callable, an argument submitted will return a context object just like this. Oh. With self-assert, do something. Oh. An optional keyword argument MCG can be provided when assert rises. Since this okay. Yeah. Okay. This is a more complex way to do it, even. Okay, so I'm going to, I wonder, it's going to try this. If something goes wrong, I'm going to log the error. If not, I'm going to log this. Is this valid, actually? I see it's complaining about something. It says the try statement. So I need exception handlers. Okay. Let's go to the top and read the first example. But here is a value error, actually. Okay, there is a value error. How do I catch every exception? I see. Yeah, everybody is using exceptions. Let's go back here. Now to land expressions. Now it's the same. Okay. The assertion error. Exception. Oh. Now, I guess this is the one I need. So if this goes wrong, but I'm not answering my real question. There we go. There is a try and there is an except. Just that. Maybe I have a typo here. EXEP. No, I think it's the same thing. Yeah. Let's try to run it and see what happens. If this fails, it's going to get here because it's going to fail. This is not going to raise a division by 0. So I know it's going to fail. But it's the linter is not telling me so. So let's see. Oh, the test passed. Oh, but look at this. It actually works as intended. There we go. And I see that it's not actually running in the order I specified. Not really. Let's verify that really quickly. This is test number 5. Let's say 5 dot. Four dot 3 dot 2 dot 1 dot. Just to check out the order. Oh, this is interesting. So they are executing themselves in the reverse order. I think. I see. Oh, well, I don't know really. Look at this. And getting test number 3 first, then 4, then 2, then 1, and then the error from the fake test, and then validate return, and then test number 5. So this should be test number 6, I guess. So they don't run in order, or at least they don't run in the order I expect them to run. Let's go to the fake test, and I'm going to call you 6. And there we go. It's 3 runs first, then 4, then 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is interesting. Well, I don't really need them to run in order because all of my tests are going to be atomic anyway. They have to. They need to run independent of anything else, on the environment, on the test itself, anything. So I don't really care about the order of execution. Okay, now let's run a successful test by changing this by a 0. So now we are getting a natural exception. Six, there we go. See, it is here. The division by 0 was run successfully. Okay, so that's nice, I guess. So the next one will be to enclose everything. Well, it would be to actually send a message with the error. Let's do that. I guess I need to combine. It's about to be 1 p.m. Oh my god. I've been here for 3 hours already. Oh my god. 3 hours. Oh my god. Okay. So now, let me think. So I need to throw the exception. As E, maybe. Dot. So what is that example? The from. No, it's not in the code. From. There we go. From exe. Okay. So maybe I can format this, put a new line, and add the e dot message, maybe a semicolon. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. I don't think so. It's already telling me that it's not going to work. Oh yeah, but it's going to work. Maybe I need this. What are you complaining about? Let's try that. Let's see what happens. Six. What is 6? Well, let's delete everything. Okay, there was no error. That's why I don't see anything. Okay. Let's make it fail then. There we go. Not raised by lambda. Oh, so that's what's going on. So I can call exception and basically just print out the exception. There we go. Zero division error not raised by lambda. That's actually a way better way to... I'm going to replace the message then with that, actually. Yeah. And I'm going to forfeit the names. There we go. There is no... Yeah, there is no attribute message. Never mind. Let's print out the exception first. Just the exception. There we go. Zero division error not raised by lambda. And now I may like to make a copy of that login into its own dice test underscore error. Just like this. Yeah, let's forfeit this. The numbers are dumb. I don't need it to be run in order anyway. This is not production code, this is testing code. So if I'm testing code, I don't need this to run like that all the time, you know. And there we go. I remove the numbers. And I'm keeping here the actual zero division. There is an exception here. It's called not raised by lambda, but it's not. I suspect, my guess is, what is it? I just discovered that. No, this is the there we go. Maybe it's here. Where is that? I lost track. I really lost track of what I'm doing here. But anyway. Exception chaining. There is a finally block. There is a divide. There is a cleanup. No, I already reached the end. Handling exceptions. Where was I? Catching assert exceptions. I guess that's okay. Okay, let me see. Assertion error, that's the name. So if that works, let's find out if that's the actual name of the exception. There we go. I'm catching exception as a general exception, so I guess this is assertion error. And it should work pretty much the same. I'm just being specific of what to catch. Let me see. There we go. Oh wait, I'm not too sure. There we go. And there we go. Zero division error. Not raised by lambda. So the name of the exception is not zero division error. It's actually assertion error. Can I do this? No, it doesn't exist. I wonder, I do recall, where did I see that? Okay, I got the name of the exception. Print traceback. Let's see that sample. Let's print the traceback of the exception. Exception as error. Print exception. And the error. Oh. Oh, okay, the entire traceback. Okay. Does this work? Does this work? Traceback. I need to import traceback? I don't know. I do have to import traceback. Okay. Exception, comma, error. That's very generic. I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know where that is. I think it's here somewhere. Testing, error handling.
Please enter number, unsupported operand, type S for plus, int, and str. So I actually get this
he's
error
printed.
available
That's
to
where
me.
I am at.
Now, if I was to just print this error, let's see what
Okay.
it looks like. If I click run, you see this is the part of the error that we get. So it's very, very useful if you want to give meaningful errors to your users. Another interesting thing you can do is something like this, where you wrap these errors together. So let's say we have zero division error as well.
Oh,
And here we'll just say, oops,
wait. Go back a little bit.
and str. So I actually get this error available to me. Now, if I was to just print this error, let's see what it looks like. If I click run, you see this is the part of the error that we get. So it's very, very useful if you want to give meaningful errors to your users. Another interesting thing you can do is something like this, where you wrap these errors together. So let's say we have 0 division error as well. And here we'll just say, oops. If we, for example, divide num1 by num2, let's just run this first. I get oops. If I do 1 divided by 0 and I run this, I also get oops. So I can handle multiple errors the same way. I can also say as error here and just actually print out the error. And if I run this, I'll get division by 0. Or if I do a string and run this, I get the other error type. So this, again, is really useful to combine different errors if you want to handle them the same way. But what if we actually want to raise our own errors? That is, we want to throw our own errors. Maybe inside of this except block, I actually want the error to display for certain types of errors. How can we do that? Let's find out in the next video.
Okay, so, well, that's somewhere.
There's also another thing called finally. And finally runs at the end after everything has been executed. Let me show you. If I do print, let's say, okay, I'm finally done.
So anyway, assertion error is fine. Okay, never mind. So, okay, so I guess exception is the general one.
Let's see what happens. If I click run here, and I give it a proper A, runs regardless at the end of everything. Why is this useful? Maybe if you need to. Otherwise, I'm going to hit. So what happened here? Well, we've tried it. Everything works. So no exception. So we're going to get thank you. And then we break out of the loop. So once again,
else is in the case that there is no exceptions.
Finally is done. If we didn't have this, it's printed because we don't break out of here, we don't break out of here, and then we run this line. Hopefully that makes sense. That was
error handling tree. I want to see how do you print out the trace.
Isn't going to error out. Hopefully, cases. But here you just write a message saying, "Hey, cut it out," so that if I run this, well, if I type in a valid number, I get. Okay, I'm finally done because I raise a value error, and it throws in here into the except block. So I'd have to remove this, and if I remove this like this, and enter 5,
it's going to do that.
I get a value error. Hey, cut it out. So I'm able to throw my own errors. So this is really useful if you're creating your own library or tool and you want to let the user know that an error happened.
Doing what you're doing. Why happened.
And this could be any type of error. You can also do something like exception. And if I click run here, do 5, I get an exception. Hey, cut it out. The key thing to remember with errors is that errors are unavoidable in programming. What your job is as a programmer is to be able to anticipate these errors, these bugs, these exceptions, and handle them properly in your programs. And some of the biggest errors happen when we're trying to accept input from a user, not just using this input, but functions accepting arguments. Classes accepting different inputs from users like method calls and trying to change attributes. When the outside world in our programs try to communicate with each other, errors are bound to happen. Our job as programmers is...
Okay, let me see.
Error handling allows us to let the script valid. Well, we've seen this before. We can do a while loop and say while true, run this, and if this works, well, we're going to get the age. Let's see that. If I click run, what's my age? Let's say... Nope, please enter a number. What's your age? Let's try to break it again. Nope, please enter a number. All right, fine. My age is 10. There you go. I get the name 10, but it still asks me what's my age. Ideally, I want to break out of this true statement, right? So how can I do that? Well, I can use what we call in here an else block, which we've seen before. But this works with a try except block. We put it at the end. It says, hey, try this. If there's an error, do this. However, if there is no error, else do
this. So in our case,
we can just say break.
And
you know what? We can even print thank you, just so we're nice. If I stop this and run again, and I give them my age, there you go. We're done. We broke out of the loop, and everything is good.
Oh, that's actually really good. It's not what I'm looking for, but it's close.
Else block can go anywhere. We can wrap our entire... How do we handle different errors? One where... So that if I run this now, and I do 0, I get please enter age higher than 0. If I do 0, I get please enter a number. More about error handling in the next video. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the thing here is that I can see that I guess except I guess that exception as a general exception is what I'm looking for. But I recall that this dude is he teaching me how to print out the stack. I think, I hope. It must be in the last video.
Job as programmers is to try and code in a way that handles these exceptions gracefully, and we can anticipate these errors. There's no such thing as a perfect program.
No.
However, we can try and do our best to learn from these errors and try to manage them so that our programs don't break. I'll see you in the next one.
No, that's the last code. No, where was I? How do I saw somebody teaching me testing. Maybe in the debugging thing? This is the debugger, so I don't think so. And it's a single video.
One of them is Python debugger. And PDB use it all the time. But PDB gives us a little extra boost. PDB interactive actually has a ton of useful things. So if I type in
yeah, that's a Python debugger.
And everything should
okay, no. Yeah, I don't know. Let me look for. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, maybe I need to take a break or something because I don't think I'm making too much progress. I don't know why the linter is complaining here. This seems to be a valid thing. Let me see. No. No, thanks. There we go. Zero division error not raised by Lambda. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Well, let's do the last thing. That will be to send a copy of this into another logger. Into the error logger. But the error logger doesn't exist yet, so I'm going to create one. Okay, let's go here on the class attributes. And let me see. I think that it would be a good idea to, well, there is a logger here. And the error logger. I don't want to mix the stuff. So maybe. Okay, so here I'm going to set up the error logger, and pretty much I'm going to be using the same code. Login get logger name. I wonder if I can set a different name here because I'm going to override the one I already have. So I guess I can just concatenate underscore error like that. Is that valid? Thank you. Maybe at the beginning. Maybe at the start of this thing. Error underscore name. Without this, obviously. There we go. Maybe a single underscore? Well, I don't know. Just error seems fine. Even if it's all together, I don't think it's going to be an issue. So, oh wait, I'm not concatenating anything. There we go. Now it is concatenated. Let's separate this a little bit. Okay, what now? I need to set the login error to, I guess, if I go back here, what are the levels? Login levels. I guess from error onward. There we go. Now the formatter for the error. I guess I'm going to be using the same formatting that I use for the class formatting, so I guess it's not going to be reused. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to reuse the class formatting. File handler, this is going to be changed. But it's not going to be file handler underscore error, just to differentiate them. And I'm going to be using the same formatter. Dice test underscore error. That's where all of those are going to end up. Error logger. There we go. So everything is okay. I just need to go back down there. And I'm going to keep this error log. But I am adding this. It's already here, actually. So this should be working now. There we go. So I'm getting again the same output from before. All of this is new. I can even let's delete everything. And down here, oh, I'm not getting anything here. It's creating the file, but it didn't work. Let's see why. It's the same code, but error logger didn't start correctly, I guess. So let's go back to the top. Error logger, that's the name. Oh wait, I am overriding this thing. Yeah, it's not going to, I forgot. So I guess I'm going to replace this thing here. Thank you. Now error loggers, the level for this is going to be error. Okay, so I got a mistake here. I made a mistake over there, here. I'm not going to be using the login here neither. And the file handler, okay, error logger file handler set formatter. This is a method for the file handler. Okay, so everything is fine. Let's try again. Okay, it breaks. I wonder where. Oh, well. Let me see. Logger object has no attribute file handler. Oh, wait, what? Match case. There we go. In what line? Line 22. Attribute error. Logger. Why not? I'm missing something. Line 22. Error logger doesn't have this. I guess I didn't assign error logger correctly. Let's see. So this didn't work. This didn't work. Why? Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe that's okay. There should be no problem, but let's try this. No, it's not yet in a file handler. Maybe because I'm picking out from logger. On login.getlogger. Error logger. From the login library getlogger. And I'm passing just the error on this concatenated with the name. So this fails. Let's read the error message. It says that the logger object has no attribute file handler. So error underscore logger doesn't have file handler. Why? That should be around here. It's the same. It's not getting me the logger. Why? I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see what happened here. Optional string. I'm passing a string. Okay, if I don't specify a name, I'm getting the but this should be a valid name. I don't know. Okay, this is a string, so this is a valid name. Now error logger set level to this. Now file handling error. Oh wait, I forgot about the file handler. I skipped the formatter because I'm planning to use the class formatter, so that's fine. So that's here. But this is the line 22 fails. So file handler error. Or maybe I should just well, it doesn't affect it, but maybe error 500 is a better name. Oh no, am I getting sick? Please no. And then I'm going to set the formatter. Error logger is not getting a logger. Why not? Well, let's use my try catch abilities now. Oh wait, I don't need it because I am. Oh, but I'm trying to do complex stuff here. I wonder if that's going to work. Let's see what happens there. Has no attribute called file handler. Maybe file handler is file handler. But if I select this, yeah, it's the same name as this one. And it's getting the name of the new logger. Logging. Oh wait, I think that's my mistake, is it? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, Wow, I get lost very quickly. Okay, so I guess it's not getting the output though. Let's try again. Okay, I'm getting the error here. On the second, okay, fine. But maybe I don't need this anymore. There we go. Okay, the error logger is here, fine. But it's not working properly, so what's the issue with that? Wait, what? Is that a deck pixel? Oh my god, no. Please don't be a deck pixel. Please don't be a dead pixel. Oh, what? What's going on? Okay, I should remember that my monitor crashes a little bit when I restart it. What's this? Oh, this is the division by zero code. That's fine. But I'm not logging the error correctly. Why? Error logger. Is that the actual name? Yeah. Set level error. It's not logging the error though. Login, get logger. Yeah, no, I think it's a dead pixel there. Oh no. Wait, what? Seems like a dead pixel, but I'm not sure. Oh no, it's not. Oh my god. Thank you. It's not a dead pixel on my monitor. Anyway. Well, let's see what we have here. There is only I'm not getting my error there. Dice test error log. Why not? Why am I not getting the error there? So the code is here. This is sending the error. Okay, this is the first time it appears. 2, 3. So the error logger gets a logger from the login library. I assign it a name. And then I set the level to login error. So that's fine. But it's not logging anything. Why not? With the error logger, I'm setting it as a knee. The only thing that changes... Wait, did I set up... The formatter is okay, I guess. Okay, I'm getting a 500 here. Maybe I need to create a formatter for... I don't think that has something to do. But let's try anyway. You're going to be called error underscore formatter. Okay, getting, and now here, error formatter. I don't think that has something to do. Set level. Because I'm getting this formatter from the login library, not from the logger object. Anyway. Okay. Why is not this given? This is fine. Error logger. Let's see to the end. Error logger. Okay. So what's going on? Let's comment the first one. And let's see if that has something to do with it, but I don't think so. No. No. Okay, that has nothing to do. I don't know why. The error logger is not sending the error properly. Maybe I can print. I can print the E to see what's inside, I guess. Yeah, the error is being printed. Actually, it's getting printed twice. Where is that message coming from? Zero division. Where is that coming from? Okay, let's watch the video. Maybe I am skipping something important. Oh no. No! I lost everything.
Hey there, how's it going, everybody? In this video,
What?
Hey there, how's it going, everybody? In this video, we're going to continue learning about logging in Python. Now, if you haven't seen my previous video on basic logging, then you're definitely going to want to make sure that you watch and understand that video before jumping into this one. Now, in this video, we'll be learning about loggers, different handlers, and a couple of other things. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so if you watch the module. Okay, so real quick, let's go ahead and set up a logger for this other script that we're currently in so that we're not using the root logger within here either. Now, and let me delete this sample log file, okay? Now, one good thing about setting your logging up like this is that now you've got a lot more flexibility. It's nice how this hierarchy works. So, for example, let's say that we wanted our logger level in this module here set to debug, which it currently already is.
Yeah.
Let's say that we only wanted our errors or worse to get logged to the sample log file. Now, to do that, we can set levels on the file handlers themselves. So, if I wanted to keep my logger level set to debug, but wanted to only capture error statements and above in this specific file handler, then what I could do is take this file handler here and just say filehandler.setLevel, and I'll set that equal to logging.error. So now if I rerun this code, then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample.log. We can see that it didn't log those debug statements because the levels didn't match. So let's log something that's an error so that we can see something get added to our file handler here. So within my divide function, I'll put in a try except block that makes sure that we catch a division by 0 error. So to do that, I'll just do a try. I'll say result equals x divided by y. And then for an except, we're going to catch a 0 division error. And within that 0 division error, that's where we'll do a logger. And we want this to be an error log. So I'll do logging.
Okay, I need to...
So now if I...
He just added this to the handler. Into the file handler. Well, I don't understand. I guess it's set by debug here, and he's overwriting it here. But in any case, I had my own file handler. No, it's a login error, is it? Okay. So that's why it's not getting the... So the file handler needs to set the level too.
Rerun this code. Then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample.log.
Yeah. So if I run my test, am I going to actually... Wait, why are you printing this thing? Not raised by lambda. Why? I'm getting the error here. Why are you printing that? I don't see this. Isn't test number 5? No, they don't respect the order anyway. Okay, so this is the error code. And this is what I added. Why are you printing that anyway? I don't understand that. So let's comment out both of these logger things. Just pass everything. I don't see the message now. Okay, let's try to uncomment one. That's the one. This guy is printing everything on the console. What's the other guy? Is the other guy printing out? No, the other one is not. So why are you printing out into the console? Error logger is printing out into the console, not into the file. I think that's a feature that he teaches me later.
Those debug statements because the levels didn't match. So let's log something that's an error so that we can see something get added to I. We want this to be, which will make us divide by 0 and rerun this. Now, if I run that, now it looks like nothing happened. But if I go to our sample.log file here, now we can see that we have so that error. Instead, make that logging.exception. So now let me do this very easily. We can just do that by changing this logging.error. Instead, make that logging.exception. And now a personal preference of mine is that anytime that I'm logging an error, I usually like to include the traceback so that I can get more information about what exactly happened. And the logging module allows us to do this very easily.
Okay. So, well, I guess that's a nice plus, but it's not answering my question here.
We can just do that by changing this logging.error. Instead, make that logging.exception. So now let me rerun that code again and switch back to our sample log file. And you can see that now included in our log, we got that we tried to divide by 0, but it also included the traceback here with some more information.
Okay, so it includes the traceback.
By changing this logging.error, instead make that logging.exception. So now let me rerun that code again and switch back to our sample log file. And you can see that now in our log, we got that we tried to divide by 0.
Yeah, it's failing really bad. Oh, because it's failing the testing. Okay. Oh, it was never running properly anyways. Oh, that's why I don't see anything there. I don't see anything anyway. Well, I'm getting the trace back. So I guess that that works. I'm getting the trace back. Okay. But my question is why I'm not getting anything on the error logger. Oh no. Yeah, I'm getting everything is running successfully here. And not getting anything because I'm not moving anything there, but that's the thing. This is the last step. This is the last step. What is complaining here? Okay. So I wanted, well, the self.exception is not going to work. So error, let's go logger dot exception. That's the way to go. Yeah. That's why it's not printing out. Error successfully. No. I'm doing something really wrong. It's not outputting anything, but it's creating the file. So I guess I'm learning this the wrong way. I have everything separate even. Set level. The file handler is just handling login errors. So I don't understand. Well, they are sharing the same. Maybe that's my issue. Yeah, it's not working properly. Well, what am I doing wrong? Let's print out when everything goes. There we go. Something when it's printing out. Why? Is this thing the issue here? He mentions that there is a way to send everything into the console exclusively. So maybe I'm doing that.
Created our employee.log. So I'm going to go ahead and this code is executed from an import. Its name will be equal to the module's name. this code, then it still doesn't print to the console. It still will create, an employee log file and log the messages to that employee log file. Now, we're still configuring this root logger with this file name, log level, and format. Let's instead configure our specific logger here with those values and leave our root logger alone. So first, to specify the employee log file that we want to log to, remember that before this gave us problems because we were sharing that root logger. But now we need to use our specific logger instead of the logging module. So I'm going to grab our logger here, logger variable that we created down here at the bottom. Instead of doing logging.info, I want to do logger.info. And actually, instead of .info, I'm going to do .debug. Okay, so now with all those changes in place, I'm going to go ahead and rerun that and look at both of my log files here. So we can see that it logged those values, and that's not using that root logger anymore, so that's good. And the employee log file should be the same since we didn't change anything there. And yeah, we can see that it's still adding logs to that file as well too. So now let me go ahead and delete these files one more time here. And logger level set to debug, but wanted to only capture error statements and above in this specific file handler, then what I could do is take this file handler here and just say filehandler.set level, and I'll set that equal to logging.error. So now if I rerun this code, then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample to logging.
That's the only thing he did.
Error. So
okay. Login error. But what happens with the logger.set level login debug?
So now if I rerun this code, then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample.log. We can see that it didn't log those debug statements because the levels didn't match. So let's log something that's an error so that we can see something get added to our file handler here. So within my divide function, I'll put in a try except block, a log put in here where it said try still works. But now let's change our second number here to a 0, which will make us divide by 0 and throw that error. So now if I run that,
okay,
like nothing happened. But if I go to our sample.log file here, now we can see that we had a log put in here where it said try to divide by 0. Now a personal preference of mine is that anytime that I'm logging an error, I usually like to include the traceback so that I can get more information about what.
What am I doing? I'm doing something wrong here. Something went right. It's okay. But why are you sending it into the console? That doesn't make any sense. Let's see, what's the difference here? Okay. Get logger error name. Set level for the logger to error. Maybe it's because I'm using two different sets of loggers. So this, yeah, maybe he's not explaining it, but maybe that's the key.
And it gave the name of fix that and save it. Okay, so now let me go ahead and rerun our code here. Set that equal to logging.error. So now.
So that's the code he's using actually. For the logger, he's using debug. For this, he's seeing error. Yeah, what's going on?
Those values, and that's not using that root logger anymore, so that's good. And the employee log file should be the same since we didn't change anything there. And yeah, we can see that it's still adding logs to that file as well too. So now let me go ahead and delete these files one more time here. And let me delete this sample log file. Okay. Now, one good thing about setting your logging up like this is that now you've got a lot more flexibility. It's nice how this hierarchy works. So, for example, let's say that we wanted our logger level in this module here set to debug, which it currently already is. But now let's say that we only wanted our errors or worse to get logged to the sample log file. Now, to do that, we can set levels on the file handlers themselves. So if I wanted to keep my logger level set to debug, but wanted to only capture error statements and above in this specific file handler, then what I could do is take this file handler here and just say filehandler.set level, and I'll set that equal to logging.error. So now if I rerun this code, then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample.log. We can see that it didn't log those debug statements because the levels didn't match. So let's log something that's an error so that we can see something get added to our file handler here. So within my divide function, I'll put in a try except block that makes sure that we catch a division by 0 error. So to do that, I'll just do we can just do that by changing this logging.error. Instead, make that logging. Now let's put in an else statement for what happened. But if I go to our sample.log file here, now we can see that we.
Okay, but I'm using two. Yeah. Let's delete all that. Yes. And down here to define handler.set level login dot error. Okay. So if I do that, I don't need this. I need this. like this. And actually, I don't need this. Self-logger, exception. Yeah, this is going to work. Well, let's raise an exception now. What? How did you... Did I save? Yeah. This is not division by 0. But it passes all tests. That doesn't make any sense. Something went wrong. And here is the traceback. Let's delete everything again. Is something here? No. Oh, it just interacted with the error. Okay. Well, something failed, and it's the first thing to come out, I think. And then it ran successfully the rest of the errors. Okay. It didn't run anything else, though. Yeah, it didn't even print out the thing. Why are you complaining? Okay. But why the logger is sending everything into the console by default? It's not logging. Well, it's actually logging it here. So that's not really true. Okay. Maybe since I'm not logging everything for here, I'm not logging anything that comes from info anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm not seeing anything just for... So, yeah, he's doing it here. Okay, I get it. There we go. I'm creating an error handler, an error file handler. And yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm setting up the formatter for the error file handler. I'm mixing a lot of stuff, so maybe I should move this code for the error handler down here, maybe. Error file handler dot set level. An error file handler. Here is where I'm defining that. Okay, I'm creating error file handler first with login.file handler and getting the file handler object and saving it inside the error file handler variable. Then the error file handler dot set level to error. Then error underscore file handler set formatter, and I set the formatter. Okay, that's fine. Then the file handler set formatter, okay, that's fine. But the logger is not set up. And I am afraid that that's what's causing me trouble. I guess that's what I'm missing here. Error logger, login, get logger. And I need to pass a name. Error underscore and the name. Login, yeah, that's fine. So from line 19 to 22, I'm configuring the error logger. Error logger, error file handler set level, login error. Yeah. Actually, maybe I can bypass this file handler error thing and just set up the error logger that set level to login. Maybe I'm writing that wrong. Dot error. Error file handler is okay. I'm not setting up anything else. Error file handler set formatter to formatter. And that's it, I guess. I'm repeating the only thing that I'm recycling here is the formatter itself. But I don't think it's that's generic, I believe. So I guess. Nothing in the error log, but I'm getting this right here. So maybe I need to take a look. That worked, and that should have failed. And here is why. Well, I send in the maybe. There we go. The error logger. And just sent something went wrong. And okay, there was an assumption, an error there. That's fine. It's pushing it to the terminal though. Why? This is not landing here. Why? He mentions that. I think he just, I guess I'm gonna have to watch the entire video again.
Have you ever seen my previous video on basic logging?
Maybe it's in basic logging.
In this video, we'll be going over the basics of logging in Python. Now, there's a lot that we can do with logging in Python. Just run. The format of our logs has changed, and now we have the time, and this comma here is just dealing with millisecond data, and then we have the log level, which is debug, and then we have our message that we printed out. Okay, so now let's take a look at another module and add some logging to it real quick, just so that we can walk over all this one more time a little bit more quickly. So the module that I have here is one that I pulled from my object-oriented tutorial series. Now, if you don't know how classes work or exactly what this code is doing, then don't worry about it too much. We're just going to use it warnings, and they're not really warnings. We really wanted to log these lines as either debug or info. So we need to change our logging level to log those debug and info statements out. So to do this, let's go up to the top of our file. I'm going to change some basic configurations here, and I'll just do this below our comments. And we can change these basic configurations with the basic config method. So I'm going to say logging.basic config. Now this is camel. This is just things that it's printing our debug statements up here, test.log. Okay, so one has the log level and the log apple. We have the file name, back over and grab dealing with log. Let's go to the instance state that we connect. Let's set this since these form our logs. So do this. Let's do format equals, and within this string. Now this one I am going to grab from the other example since these formatting codes can be a little confusing. Now I'm just going to go ahead and grab the level name and the message here. So I'll copy that and just paste that in there. Now remember, if you want to see everything that is available to you here, then okay. So now that we have our logging configured here, now let's replace our print statement with a log info call. So instead of I'm just going to say logging.info and pass in the exact same message. And just to make sure that this is working with new information, let's go ahead and create one more employee down here at the bottom. I'll call this employee. But over here in the file system, we have this employee.log. I'm going to open that up, and here you can see that we have all of our logged information at the info level and the custom formatting that we added in. Okay, so I think that is going to do it for this video. We've gone over how to use basic logging instead of print statements. We also learned about the different log levels and how to change those levels, also how to log to a file, and also how to format those log messages. So for small applications, logging like this will be a good start, but there are some issues that we can run into once we start importing our other modules, and also how we ask.
That's the end. So it's not on that video. It's in the next one.
Hey there, how's it going, everybody? In this video, we're going to continue learning about logging in Python. Different handlers, and a couple super logging.debug. Now we have another module here in this employee class where we pretty much did the format for employee. So now in our employee of the last video. So let me go ahead and run this employee module here. And when I run that, it's root at this set time. So we have, and basically what this means is that since we haven't specified a specific logger, we're working with the root logger. And this is separate. Down, I don't want to save those. Here, I'll do import employee. Now, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but the import module, it actually runs the code from that module when it's imported. So when I import my employee module, it should come in here and create these employees and log those. So now from this module where I'm importing employee, I'm going to go ahead and run this module. Now we can see in our file system that it created this employee.log file, but our sample log file that we specified here isn't there. And if I open up my employee log file, we can see that it only logged out our created employees. So what happened here? Why didn't this file create its log, its sample log, or execute these log statements down here at the bottom? Now, the reason it didn't do that is because when we set up this logger here within this employee class, it configures the root logger here with this file name, this log level, and this format. Now, all that got set up first because we imported employee, and this module is show other value because we root logger. We're not name method or variable. I'm sorry. Now, if you don't know about this name variable, to will be logger we just created. So I'm going to say logger.info. Now, one nice thing, employee log file. Now,
okay, let's try something then. Yeah, I'm here with info. Maybe I should try error. I'm just hitting in the blind. Okay, let's try. I'm getting tired actually. It's been like 4 hours already? 4 hours already. Oh my god. Hello there. I wonder if you're still there. DK seat. I'm sorry, I didn't see you before. I just wonder why this is not being sent. Well, this is not going to collide with that, I guess. Okay. It's still not sending anything there. Well, I'm sending even errors. Except something went wrong. And the logger too. Yeah, it's just sending the error. So I guess that's the thing, isn't it? Let's include everything, including debug. And I guess that's going to be... There we go. Now I can see everything. Okay, so far so good. But now I'm having issues with the file handler. I don't know why. Maybe I need to specify error itself. Let's see documentation. What is documentation? No, not error handling. No. There we go. Okay, exception. Yeah, but that's a simple way to do it. Yeah, but I want to do it with the logger itself. Error logger, let's see. There we go. And I'm going to put a message here. And let's try again with the exception code. And again, there is a message. Error. Exception. And in the logger, that's fine. I wonder why the error logger is not sending anything. I wonder what's going on. The logger is working. This 500 is working. This is not. Well, let's try to say debug here. Just to see if I am skipping anything. Okay, so here I'm getting both messages on the console, but why? Maybe by default they are getting printed at the console only.
Here that ran our info logs. Now, one thing to notice here is that now it's telling us that we're using this double underscore main logger and not our log. And then we'll just say to add that file underscore handler. Now, I know that this is for the logger this time, and that's because this module was basic configuration. And this sample log file, okay? Now, one good thing about setting your logging up like logging.error. So now if I rerun this code, then it created our log files. I'm going to open up our log file, and there's nothing in our sample.log. We can see that it didn't log those debug statements because the levels didn't match. So let's log something that's an error so that we can see something get added to our file handler here. So within my divide function, I'll put in a try except block that makes sure that we catch a division by 0 error. So to do that, I'll just do a try. I'll say result equals x divided by y. And then for an except, we're going to catch a 0 division error. And within error, that's where we'll do a logger, and we want this to be an error log. So I'll do logging.error. And for the message here, I'll just say tried to divide by 0. And now let's put in an else statement for our try except block. And for that else, I'll just say return result and get rid of this outside return statement there. So now with that code in place, I can rerun this, and we can see that it still works. But now let's change our second number here to a 0. Which I
wonder if I can actually have 2 file handlers and 2 loggers.
Now, it looks like nothing happened, but if I go to our sample.log file here, now we can see that we had a log put in here where it said tried to divide by 0. Now, a personal preference of mine is that anytime that I'm logging an error, I usually like to include the traceback so that I can get more information about what exactly happened. And the logging module allows us to do this very easily. We can just do that by changing this logging.error and instead make that logging.exception. So now let me rerun that code again and switch back to our sample log file. And you can see that now included in our log, we got that we tried to divide by 0, but it also has, is that it's easy to add multiple handlers to a logger. So for example, let's say that we did want to see these debug statements that we're executing down here at the bottom, but we only wanted to display those to the console. So what we could do here is create another handler, but instead of a file handler, what we're going to do is create a stream handler. So let me show you how this works here. So
oh my god,
another handler. We'll call this stream underscore handler. I'll set that.
Am I using a
stream handler?
I'm using a string handler here. No, I'm using a file handler. Yeah, it's a file handler. Then why? I don't understand. Okay, let's see. Okay, using login in multiple modules. Okay, using the same logger. Okay. Okay. Logging from multiple threads. Thread name. Okay, no problem. Multiple handlers and formatters. Thank you. This is what I need. Logger, login, get logger, simple example. Logger dot set level debug. Create a file handler which logs even debug messages. Okay, debug. Okay, that's the file handler. Set level to debug. So that's the file handler that's going to manage everything. Now, create console handler with a higher log level. Oh, that's the error, Rowan. Okay. Create a formatter and add it to the handlers. Okay, just using the same formatter. That's fine. I guess that's the part I'm missing. Add the handlers to loggers. Oh my god. That's what I'm doing wrong. Logger add handler. Let's look for add handler. I'm just doing it once. I am an idiot. I am an idiot, bro. Add handler. I am an idiot. Actually, this code looks pretty. Looks way better. Yeah. Okay. So that's why, because I don't have a file handler with this error logger. Yeah, oh my god, I am such an idiot. I missed that for some reason. So that's why it's creating the file, but it's never getting it. Okay, let's try overwriting now. I guess it's going to work now. There we go. It didn't show anything now. Okay. I guess that if I don't have a file handler, it's going to use the string handler anyway. And there it is. Okay, I'm going to cut my losses with this victory here. And I'm coming back later. 4 hours and 13 minutes. Okay, I'm going to be back.